FFA's Swine Showmanship. Please make your way to the holding area. Kiera Benedict, Brett Fitzpatrick, Natalie Herbst, Ella Hiller, Lucy Linden, and Levi Peldo.
I'm ready if you're ready.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Sheridan County Fair Swine Show. We will be starting with FFA Swine Showmanship. Entering the ring will be Kiera Benedict, Brett Fitzpatrick, Natalie Herbst, Ella Hiller, Lucy Linden, and Levi Peldo. Our judge for today's show is Kinsey Gardner. Originally from Central Texas, Kinsey grew up showing pigs at all levels. Through her time in 4-H, she was blessed with a very competitive livestock judging team, through which she was on the reserve national team at Louisville and was named a 4-H All-American. After high school, Kinsey attended Glenn College, where she was a marking member on a two-time national team. She is currently attending Texas Tech University and is on their current judging team. This spring, they were named champions at the Cattlemen's Congress, National Western Stock Show, and San Antonio. As much as she loves sorting livestock, her favorite thing about getting to judge is working with the next generation of livestock enthusiasts. Please help me in welcoming Kinsey. Intermediate Swine Showmanship, class number 1. Please make your way to the holding area. Madison Dupas, Mara Ferguson, Gavin Gorzolka, Drew Hiller, Jet Johnson, Addison Olson, and Wynn West. Exhibitors, please remember to get your consignment forms done and turned in. They are in the white building to the north of the show ring. Pigs we would like to have done tonight. Please get those done.
Just one, right? Well, it's a good morning here in Wyoming. I was telling the girls up there, it sure is nice to wake up, walk out the door, and it be 60 degrees and not 100. But this showman gets me fired up to start the day. I think there's 2 or 3 of them in here that I really like their style, the way they present themselves and their pigs. I think there's one that maybe just does it just a bit smoother. She's always got the holes, and she knows just how to get her gill looking the best, and she's really smooth with her transitions and intense in the way she comes out the gate. Your lady right here really are at the break.
Your champion FFA Swine showman goes to Natalie Hurst. Your reserve champion FFA Swine showman goes to Levi Peldo. 3rd, Ellen Hiller. 4th, Rhett Fitzpatrick. And 5th, Lucy Linden. Swine showman, please remember that top 3 will be coming back for an overall grand champion showman. So please don't go too far. Entering the ring is intermediate swine showman, class number 1, Madison Dupas, Mara Ferguson, Gavin Gorzolka, Drew Hiller, Jack Johnson, Addison Olson, and Wynn West. We would like to thank Sheridan Media for live streaming all of our events. If you have family members or friends at home that would like to tune in, they can catch the live stream on Sheridan Media's website. Intermediate swine showmanship, class number 2, please make your way to the holding area. Tilden Gorzolka, Wyatt Gorzolka, Madden Heafy, Grady Hiller, McKinley Olson, Natalie Opitz, Riley Panic, and Ryder Stoles.
quality is showing the quality's just as high. I pin these three back just in terms of coming out the gate heads up and being intense and eye contact and the way they make their transitions. A few times they wanted to cut in front of their pig, and I would advise against that. But in terms of just getting their head up and their pigs wanting to drive for them, I thought they did a very nice job. And we'll get everyone around the falls.
Out of intermediate swine showmanship, class 1, coming back to the final drive will be Gavin Borzolka, Lou Hiller, and Ben Lett. Entering the ring will be intermediate swine showmanship, class number 2, Tilden Borzolka, Wyatt Borzolka, Madden Efi, Grady Hiller, McKinley Olson, Natalie Opitz, Riley Panic, and Ryder Stolz.
Go ahead.
Exhibitors, there was a pig out. It is now in pen 14, so if you're missing a hand-colored pig, it may be in pen number 14. Intermediate swine showmanship, class number 3. Please make your way to the holding area. Talis Borzolka, Brecken Kisling, Finley Koltiska, Bentley Malone, Tate Homestead, Adley Russell, and Brinley Wohlers. We'd like to take this time to thank some Sheridan County Fair award donors, Terry Mutter and Karen Cobblestein, Rita Mueller and Nancy Tossett, Jim and Julie Gerlach, David and Teresa Harrington, Story Women's Club, Sheridan County Homemakers, Range Telephone, Blacktooth Large Animal Services, J.C. Austin, Michelle Dobbs, Howard and Donna Peldo, McCoy Insurance, Carroll Ranch, Primary Motors, Moxie Schreiber Veterinary Hospital, Zawada Plumbing and Heating, Steve and Linda Cummings.
Chris. We good? Gotta come this way, going. Boy, not a good place.
Out of intermediate swine showmanship, class number 2, coming back for the final drive will be Tilden Borzolka, Wyatt Borzolka, and Grady Hiller. Entering the show ring is intermediate swine showmanship, class number 3, Talis Borzolka, Brecken Kisling, Finley Koltiska, Bentley Malone, Tate Homestead, Hadley Russell, and Brittany Wohler. Following this class, we will pick a champion intermediate swine showman, and then senior swine showman be thinking about it. Tinley Barnes, Addison Cassidy, Dylan Gamble, Ella Hiller, Marlis Johnson, Lucy Linden, Levi Pello, and Taylor Schreibeis. Intermediate swine showmanship, class number 3, coming back for the final drive will be Brecken Kissling, Bentley Malone, Tate Olmstead, and Adley Russell. Entering the ring will be our final drive of intermediate swine showmanship. Gavin Gorzalka, Drew Hiller, Wynn West, Tilden Gorzalka, Wyatt Gorzalka, Grady Hiller, Brecken Kissling, Bentley Malone, Tate Olmstead, and Adley Russell. Senior swine showmanship class number 1. Please make your way to the holding area. Tinley Barnes, Addison Cassidy, Ella Hiller, Marlon Johnson, Lucy Linden, Levi Taldo, and Taylor Schreibeis. If you have a chance, please visit one of the vendors scattered around the track or up by the exhibit hall and thank them for coming. If you need a drink or something to eat, please make sure to visit them.
Yep, they're already ready.
showmanship drive, and I think there's quality all throughout, maybe different types of showmanship styles out here. I think at this age, The most important thing is to figure out that it's okay to separate yourself from the crowd as I move around. It's okay to be the outlier in terms of which direction you're going, and maybe you're sitting more in the back to provide the hole to cut in. I think there's one individual that consistently does that. The pig's always at a constant pace. It has its head up and drives really well. The way this young individual presents the pig and themselves is how I like showmanship to go. I wish that some of our kids back home would have come with me to watch this young individual. I think she does a very good job. Young lady, you'll be our intermediate champion.
Your champion intermediate swine showmanship goes to Win West. Your reserve champion intermediate swine showman goes to Bentley Malone. Third, Wyatt Borzolka. Fourth, Gavin Borzolka. And fifth, Tate Olmstead. And entering the ring will be senior swine showmanship, class number 1, Tenley Barnes, Addison Cassidy, Ella Hiller, Marlis Johnson, Lucy Linden, Levi Peldo, and Taylor Schreibice. Senior swine showmanship, class number 2, please make your way to the holding area. Alex Bilek, Avery Bowling, Natalie Brown, Harper Hancock, Natalie Herbst, Juniper Koltiska, Tinley Russell, and TJ Watkins. Out of senior swine showmanship, class number 1, coming back for the final drive will be Tinley Barnes, Ella Hiller, and Levi Peldo. Entering the ring will be senior swine showmanship, class number 2. Alec Bilek, Avery Bowling, Natalie Brown, Natalie Hurst, Juniper Koltiska, Tinley Russell, and TJ Watkins.
Class complete.
Junior swine showmanship, class number 1. Please make your way to the holding area. Wesley Barnes, Quinley Bowling, Delilah Cassidy, Chase Edwards, Jasper Edwards, Trey Olson, Ren Stoles, and Bailey Wohlers.
We make the seniors run their own.
Okay.
Coming back out of show class number 2 will be Natalie Herbst, Juniper Koltiska, and Tenley Russell. We will now have the final drive of senior swine showmanship with Tenley Barnes, Ella Hiller, Levi Peldo, Natalie Herbst, Juniper Koltiska, and Tenley Russell. Junior swine showmanship class number 1, please make your way to the holding area. Wesley Barnes, Quinley Bowling, Delilah Cassidy, Chase Edwards, Jasper Edwards, Trey Olson, Ren Stoles, and Bailey Woolers. Showmanship exhibitors, please remember that the top 3 from each age division will come back for a final overall champion showman.
We get into the older kids, and the intensity definitely is up a couple of notches. just from the intermediates, and these kids do a good job finding the holes. I was interested to see how they would handle pulling themselves back and letting themselves go, and you can tell they did it a couple of times. I think they do a very, very good job in terms of just finding the holes and transitioning smoothly. If you're a younger kid in the intermediates or in the juniors, I suggest you find one of these kids and let them be your mentor, because that's what I did when I was showing it. I had great mentors, and then I followed I graduated high school, and they're still my mentors, and just give me life advice. This industry is good, so good for things like that. I think there's maybe just one or two in here that find the holes coming out of the gate maybe just a little bit smoother. They transition very smooth. Their intensity and just the way they use their whip, they use it light and only when they have to. I think there's one though that when this individual gets out here, you can tell that they're ready to rock and roll. Their pig's ready to rock and roll, and they do everything near perfect every time. Young lady that she needs to
Your champion senior swine showman goes to Natalie Herbst. Reserve to Levi Pelvo. Third, Tinley Barnes. Fourth, Ella Hiller. And fifth, Tinley Russell. Entering the ring will be class number 1 of junior swine showman. Wesley Barnes, Quinley Bowling, Delilah Cassidy, Chase Edwards, Jasper Edwards, Trey Olson, Ren Stoltz, and Bailey Woolers. Junior Swine Showmanship, class number 2. Please make your way to the holding area. Grayson Bowling, Eli Burig, Reese Fitzpatrick, Cash Hancock, Eva Kisling, Cody Olmstead, and Mila Tipton.
think that gate will swing all the way, Tony, won't it?
What's that?
I think that'll swing all the way that way, won't
It
it?
gets a little congested.
Get tight.
Too many
This
people.
is called job
Out of
security.
class number 1, coming back for the final drive will be Wesley Barnes, Chase Edwards, and Ren Stoll. Entering the ring will be Junior Swine Showmanship, class number 2, Grayson Bowling, Eli Burig, Reese Fitzpatrick, Cash Hancock, Eva Kisling, Bodie Olmsted,
Chris.
and Myla
Chris.
Tipton. Grayson Bowling, we need you to the holding area, please. Cash Hancock and Myla Tipton, we need you to the holding area.
Class complete. Not waiting for them. They're not here.
Following the selection of our Junior Swine Showmanship, we will pick an overall champion showman. From FFA Showmanship, we need Levi Peldo and Ella Hiller. From Senior 4-H, we need Natalie Herbst and Tenley Barnes. From Intermediate, we need Wynn West and Bentley Malone. Overall, Swine Showman, please make your way to the holding area. Levi Feldo, Ella Hiller, Natalie Herbst, Tinley Barnes, Wayne West, and Bentley Malone. Out of class number 2, junior swine showmanship, staying back is Reese Fitzpatrick, Evie Kisling, Cody Olmstead, and Mila Tipton. We will now select a champion junior swine showmanship. Out of class 1, we have Wesley Barnes, Chase Edwards, and Ren Stoles. Class 2, Reese Fitzpatrick, Evie Kisling, Cody Olmstead, and Mila Tipton. After we pick a champion overall swine showmanship, we will be doing Pee-wee swine showmanship. So if you are not of age and would like to show a pig, please find somebody in the barn and ask if you can show their pig. Again, after the overall swine showman, we will do a Pee-wee swine showman.
We get into the youngest eligible showmanship, and you can tell these kids, I don't know if they've been watching the older kids or if they get online, and watch the big shows down south or even the ones up here, but they do a very, very nice job in terms of just controlling their pigs and their intensity coming out of the gate. There are a few, maybe they get a little lost at times, but that just comes with age. Root awareness and knowing where you're at all times and how your pig drives. I think there is one in here that just kind of separates himself out and just in terms of intensity, finding the holes, always knowing where to go and where I'm going to be next. Young man right here, he'll be our champion junior.
Your champion junior swine showman goes to Wesley Barnes. Reserve, Bodie Olmstead. Third, Reese Fitzpatrick. Fourth, Mila Tipton. And fifth, Evie Kisling. overall champion Sheridan County Fair Swine Showman. From FFA Swine Showmanship, we have Levi Pelko and Ella Hiller. From Senior 4-H, we have Natalie Herbst and Tinley Barnes. From Intermediate, Wayne West and Bentley Malone. And Juniors, Wesley Barnes and Bodie Homestead. Following this selection, again, we will be doing Pee Wee Swine Showman. We do have young ones hanging around and want to show a pig. Please go find an exhibitor and ask if you can borrow theirs.
Go. Keep coming. Keep them coming. Let's go. Here, which order?
This set of lights on at all?
Yeah, nobody said anything.
It's right there behind you. That switch right there on the post behind you turns his was on and off. I just noticed they were off, so I didn't know what it was. You can, yeah. Yep.
Pee Wee Swine Showman, please make your way to the holding area.
Get out here to the overall, and I'm really pleased with the kids we have back out here. I think their showmanship styles maybe all suit me. They're all pretty similar in terms of the way they're intense, and then they have some differences. I think there's three though that really give each other a run for their money. I think that on down the line, you know, maybe there's two of them that get on down the line, and then maybe things change just a little bit. But I think in just terms of transition, in terms of intensity, and then when I move across the ring, in terms of knowing where I'm going to go next and finding the holes and not getting mixed up in the crowd, this individual, I think today does the best job. And then in terms of consistency of pace and consistency of always being on the right place of her hog and just getting around it and transitioning the smooth, young lady, you'll be her champ.
Your champion overall swine showman goes to Natalie Herbst. Reserve Lynn West. Third, Wesley Barnes. Fourth, Bentley Malone. And fifth, Bodie Olmstead. Entering the ring will be our Pee Wee Swine Showman. is our Pee-wee drive of showmanship. Please give all these young ones a round of applause and encourage them to continue this fine project. Last call for Pee-wees, last call. Following Kiwi showmanship, we will be taking an hour break. So we will start with the feeder classes promptly at 10:20. Feeder classes will start at 10:20.
Good job, buddy.
Right. Okay. I just want to double check because he's out here chasing I didn't think so because I knew he really good. Knowing which ones are and not letting because there was a couple in them ones that really
Market Swine, feeder class number 1. Please make your way to the holding area. Aaliyah Adams, Madison Dupas, Chase Edwards, Addison Olson, Bailey Wohlers, and Brindley Wohlers. Again, please make sure that we are visiting the vendors around the grounds. We have Dance Dreams Alliance 307 concessions. They are by the White Sail House. The Crazy Flavor Snow Cones by the Beef Ring. Donuts by the Commissioner Stalls. Bliss Yogurt by the Exhibit Hall. And Lickety Splits Ice Cream by the Exhibit Hall. Please make sure you are visiting those places. This is the most vendors we've ever had at County Fair.
Okay.
Consignment forms are in the White Sail House. Please make sure you are getting those done as soon as you can. The ultrasound contest, once you are done showing, will be back by the scale. He will be starting to set up about 11 o'clock. Again, the ultrasound contest back by the scale around 11 o'clock. Wait until you are done showing to go do that. Market feeder, class number 1, you should be in the holding area. Aaliyah Adams, Madison Dupas, Chase Edwards, Addison Olson, Bailey Wohlers, and Brindley Wohlers. Aaliyah Adams, we need your peg to the holding area, please. Aaliyah Adams. Entering the show ring is market class feeder number 1, Aaliyah Adams, Madison Dupas, Chase Edwards, Addison Olson, Bailey Woolers, and Brindley Woolers. Hogs in this class range from 187 to 208 pounds. Market Swine, feeder in class number 2. Please make your way to the holding area. Madison Dupas, Natalie Hurst, Drew Miller, Finley Koltiska, Diane Marcus.
Let Brindley out, let Bailey out. Never mind.
Are we penning any of these?
Yeah, we'll have to.
We get out here, I guess, to the first class of Peter Pigs, and I'll be real honest with you. I guess this division is pretty new. We don't do this down in Texas. I guess we just run them as lightweights and roll with it. But I think in this class, in terms of just coming out of the gate and stout, in terms of their skull and grind at the base of their chest, the young ladies, Blue Gilt's over there starts to climb saw pretty handily. That one's the most robust right there in terms of her rib cage. She's got the most spread out the back side of her blade and carries it into a big square hip. You know, if you were to fix it, I think for the feeder division, maybe it doesn't matter as much when we get into the regular show, but that one could be relaxed off either ends of her skeleton. A very, very nice pig to start to climb saw. The young man's bearer right here goes into second. I think this one, just in terms of elevation of blade, length ahead of it, is still still coming with the right kind of shape. That's where that one surfaces up. You know, he's just not the most rolled up right there in terms of his top shape, and that's what gets him beat today. The one that comes in third, in just terms of true mass and power, that one's got it all. She needs to be softened right there in the center portion of her body. She gets a bit drier and harsher in terms of her rib cage. The Duroc gilt that comes in fourth, really wide, really opened up. I thought today just got a bit blander in terms of her shape up high. She doesn't come as square and big right there in terms of her upper hip. The one that comes in fifth, really wide, really opened up, you know, probably on the pound wider side of things. I thought that one could be relaxed right there in terms of her hind leg and her hip. She needs to be bolder and softer right there in her rib cage. And in the two that round us out, I thought very nice pigs, wide, opened up, plenty of shape. I just didn't know if the rib cage drag is fresh and is bold right there today. I didn't know if they come with the same kind of spread and just rolled in terms of their top side shape. Very, very nice class to start the day off.
You're little enough, I can push you around.
The results from Mark Class feeder number 1. First, Addison Wilson. Second, Chase Edwards. Third, Bailey Woolers. Fourth, Maria Adams. And fifth, Bailey Woolers. Entering the ring will be Market Swine, feeder class number 2. Madison Dupas, Natalie Hertz, Drew Hiller, Finley Kolpiska, and Diane Marcus. Mark it off, class number 1. Please make your way to the holding area. Aaliyah Adams, Andrew Adams, Avery Bowling, Eli Burig, Addison Cassidy, Vera Ferguson, Brett Fitzpatrick, Madden Peavy, Levi Caldo, and Wayne West.
gilts to start this class off. And really, I think you could flip a coin and flip them either way. I think just in terms of being fresher, in terms of their chest floor and their rib cage, the young man's blue gilt over there starts the class off. You know, maybe she's just not the crispest in terms of her shape up high, but I think her composition still reads correct, and she's so broad right there out the backside of her blade. She carries it to a stout square hip. You know, she's not the most rolled up, and that's where the gilt in second has her there. I think this one, in terms of just sheer shape and power up high and from behind, probably leads the class. I just didn't read her as genuine right there in terms of her chest floor. I think she's just a touch drier right there in terms of her rib cage, and that's fine squirrely because she's just a touch longer. And then the one that comes in third, I thought just in terms of being fresh and square, that one needs to be fixed. She wants to roll and bow her hawk just a touch. It comes with plenty of shape and power. Just didn't read him as fresh in terms of his rib cage. I'd like to just give that one more fluff and feel from that aspect. The one that comes next, really balanced and really proportional from the side. I just didn't think read with as much true shape right there out the back side of her blade. I didn't think she read as powerful going away from me. And then the young man fair that rounds us out. I think this one, in terms of composition, we really cracked. I just like to see him with more power up high and especially going weight. But very nice second class of feeder picks.
Results from feeder class number 2. First, Drew Hiller. Second, Natalie Hurst. Third, Madison Kupas. Fourth, Finley Koltiska. And fifth, Kian Marcus. We will now select a
reads better in the way she comes at me. She's better right there at the base of her chest and still reads fresher and bolder right there in terms of her forehead. You know, like I said in class, is she the crispest in terms of her shape? I don't think so, but I think composition, she still reads really, really good, and I'll have her championship.
Your champion feeder pig goes to Drew Hiller.
I dropped the second back out here, and I think just in terms of broadness, right there in terms of her chest floor, like I said, I didn't know if she was just perfect there, but in just terms of fresh shape and rolling fry up high, she's 12 o'clock today, and from behind the pair out here, I think she's square and goes better right there in terms of her hip and hind leg. So I'll keep that pair out of the second class together.
Your reserve champion feeder pig goes to Natalie Hurst.
Shouldn't be anything to look at.
Entering the ring is Margaret Swine, show class number 1. Aaliyah Adams, Andrew Adams, Avery Bowling, Eli Burek, Addison Cassidy, Mara Ferguson, Brett Fitzpatrick, and Evie and Levi Caldo. Hogs in this class range from 221 to 227 pounds. Swine, class number 2, getting out the way to the holding area. Aaliyah Adams, Melanie Brown, Madison Cooper, Harper Hancock, Ella Hiller, Alice Johnson, Evie Kisling, Tinley Russell, and Tinley Russell.
over there. I think just in terms of true shape and power up high and from behind, that one's got it. Where I have a problem with her, you know, is she just the stoutest in terms of her feature? No, I'd like to make her just fresher and bolder right there in terms of her forehead and stouting her up at the surface. The young lady's Blue Bear that exited the ring, really stout and powerful. In his shape up high and from behind. Gotta have that one relaxed in terms of his angles off either end of his skeleton. Young man's there that exited the ring, you know, really sound in the way he's made his breath, in the way his blade lays in his hind leg use. Gotta have that one count with just more power up high and from behind. The same can be said about the young lady's field that went out the ring. If we give those young individuals a round of applause, and then I'll sort the top two and top the top five.
I thought she already did.
Young man's guilt that wins this class, I think does so rather handedly. Coming out the gate, that was the soundest in terms of her mug. She's the broadest right there at the base of her chest. Today, she's the freshest in terms of her rib cage and right there in her rolling cry up high. You know, I'd like to fix her right there in Hamlin Junction. She wants to roll just a touch there. But other than that, she's looking awfully nice skill to start this class. The one that comes in second, really broad in terms of her chest where she's broad and her shape up high, you know, from the side. I didn't think she balanced as well. She comes with a little more cheek. I'd like to lengthen her out of her hip and just let her go more secure off of her hind leg. The young lady's shape and power can run with the top. You know, I just didn't know if she was built as correct right there in her blade angle. She's kind of straighter and stiltier in terms of her angle right there. I'd like to relax her in terms of the angle to her honk and let her go more flexible. The one that the young man's blue belt that comes next, I think just in terms of sheer shape and spread, that one's awfully nice. Just gotta have him come fresher in terms of his shape up high. Just gotta make him square in terms of where he puts his hind leg down. The one that rounds us out, and then our top five here, really fresh in terms of her rib cage, really proportional in her look from the side. Didn't think she was as down at the ground as what she's got working up high. Gotta make her more relaxed and comfortable right there in her hip and hind leg. Very, very nice class.
Results for Martin class, show number one, class number one. First, Levi Feldo. Second, Rhett Fitzpatrick. Third, Madison Cassidy. Fourth, Eli Burig. And fifth, Madden Heafy. Entering the ring will be show class number two, Aaliyah Adams, Melanie Brown, Madison Dupas, Harper Hancock, Ella Hiller, Marlis Johnson, Evie Kisling, and Tenley Russell with two. Hogs in this class range from 228 to 233 pounds.
Class complete.
Mark it all, class number 3, please make your way to the holding area. Eli Schreiber, Kate Homestead, Finley Koltiska, Wen West, Dylan Gamble, Jet Johnson, Bodie Homestead, Tate Homestead, Reese Fitzpatrick, and Addison Cassidy.
Got the top 5 pinned back, and then we'll release the rest. But the young lady over there that I put 6, I think in terms of fresh shape, that bear's got it. You know, is he built correct? That's where I have a question on him. He's a little upright in terms of his blade, a little flatter in terms of his front foot. I didn't think his hip and hind leg worked quite like the ones we had both for the top 5. I like to freshen him up in just terms of his look. He gets a bit chuffy right there in terms of his neck. The one that comes next right here is really wide, opened up, bold, and productive in terms of his rib cage. He's probably pushing a little more bark today. Got to clean him up right there in terms of his elbow pocket, making pressure in terms of his shape right there out of the back side of his blade, and still linking him up ahead of it. The young man's bear that comes next, I think just in terms of being a heavyweight type of hog, he's still really fresh and wide in terms of his spread. That one needs to be sounder with as much shape as he's got up high. And he needs to be lengthened ahead of his blade to make him more attractive right there in terms of that aspect. The young lady's Chester appearing there here. Really long spine, really tall bladed and good looking right there for that breed. Just got to make him come with true muscle and power and stouting him up at the surface. But very nice class, very nice set right there that we're letting out of the ring. I'll go ahead and sort through the top 5. combination. The young lady's built over there starts this class. Again, that one comes out. She's stout in terms of her noggin, really broad at the base of her chest, and that's a big forearm that's laid in at the correct angle. I thought of the trio, she's the freshest right there in her forehead. Her hind leg is the biggest and it works the best, and that's why she starts this class. The gilt that comes in second portions might be my favorite in this class relative to what she's got. Collapse right there in terms of her knee and roll her front feet in just a touch. The young lady throughout there that comes in third, that one's really broad and opened up. He probably has just most spread and mass. But with that, he's starting to show his problems. He's flatter in terms of his front feet. Got to pick him up there and relax him in terms of the ankle to his blade. Get right behind him, and he's just on the edge. So I like him. I'd like to see him squared up in terms of his time placement. The young lady's bear here that comes next. I think just from a proportion standpoint, that one's really good. From the side, I absolutely love that one's full shape. You know, he might be starting to show the tree. Just a touch there at the base of his neck, and especially in terms of his spread up high. I'd like to just make him more 12 o'clock from that aspect. The bear that rounds us off, another one that's probably fresher in terms of his roll and spread up high. He's probably working with more her shape in terms of his upper hip and lower side pull. I didn't think that one was as down at the surface. Didn't think he was as proportional from the side, but very, very nice class.
Results from Market Swine Show Class 2. First, Evie Kissling. Second, Tinley Russell. Third, Ella Hiller. Fourth, Harper Hancock. And fifth, Tinley Russell. Entering the show ring is Market Swine Class number 3. Addison Cassidy, Reese Fitzpatrick, Dylan Gamble, Jet Johnson, Finley Koltiska, Cody Homestead, Tate Homestead with 2, Eli Schreiber, and Glenn West. Hogs in this class range from 234 to 238 pounds. Following this, we will pick a lightweight division champion. From class number 1, we'll need Levi Peldo and Rhett Fitzpatrick. From class 2, Evie Kissling and Tenley Russell.
Start this third class off, and I think There's some good ones she'll lap down here. But the young ladies draw their 6 going out. I think that one in terms of just width and spread and mass and power has it all. You know, is he just perfect right there in terms of the angle to his blade? No, he wants to come out right there in terms of his elbow and roll his front feet in. And I think he's got the same problems from behind. Just like to see that one square from his top to the surface of a very good power hog. The one that goes next, that same can be said about how it's her really wide, really opened up, productive in terms of her rib cage. And she's got so much rolling, spread up high. You know, when she gets down here, she wants to drop her head just a little bit. I don't think it ties perfect down at the top side of her blade. I'd like to see her pressure just in terms of skin and hair and rib cage right there to move up any higher. The one that comes next is the young man's white gilt right there. That one's really lean and expressive in terms of her shape. Just got to make her bolder and fresher right there in terms of her rib cage. Got to make her more productive. The young man's calico hip gilt here will be next. That one's really broad and square in terms of her chest floor. She's fresh in terms of her shape up high and good looking from the side. Same can be said there though. Needs to be bolder and fresher in terms of her rib cage. And the one that rounds us out, I think this one's lean, high cutability. She's so fresh in terms of her shape. Just got to make her bolder and broaden her up right there in terms of the base of her chest and floor. But nice pigs that we excuse.
Again, we will be picking a lightweight division champion after the conclusion of this class. From class number 1, Levi Feldo and Rhett Fitzpatrick. From class 2, Evie Kissling and Tinley Russell. Please be in the holding area.
it took me probably a little longer than I expected, but I think this pair of hogs is awfully nice. You know, they have some similarities and have some differences that sort them. I think that the young lady's bear that starts, and I'll be the first to admit, he's not the best in terms of his head shape and right there at the base of his neck. He reads more mature in terms of that aspect, but I still think he reads proportional. Right there coming at me, that is the bear is the broadest at the base of his chest, and I think the start. The young man's black-headed bear right here is my favorite. He's the tallest at the point of his blade. He's the best in terms of his skull shape. For me, I just didn't know if his chest red is genuine. He wants to collapse right there at the base of his knee and roll his front feet in just a touch. It's hard to see here in the shavings, but just the way his knee and his chest reads, you can tell that. And then going away, you know, as the drive wore on, I didn't know if he just read with the same kind of reach and range of motion. And with him, I thought he read just a bit blander right there, directly behind his blade. But very nice pair of pigs. The one that comes in third, really stout in terms of her noggin. She's got so much fresh shape relative to the two that start the class off. She's not as fresh in terms of her look. She's a bit paler in terms of her skin and hair. I thought she was just a touch long, and her hip doesn't read as proportional as the two that start us off. The one that comes next is really wide, really opened up, and reads with so much shape. Same can be said. Little shorter hips, little rounder. He wants to pull his hawk underneath him and kind of stab there ever so slightly. I'd like to make him just fresher in terms of the way he's presented from the side. But awfully nice bear. And the one that rounds us out, so much red, so much dimension up high. Gotta have that one more genuine coming and going. But very nice class pick.
Results from Market Swine, class number 3. First, Win West. Second, Tate Homestead. Third, Reese Fitzpatrick. Fourth, Tate Homestead. And fifth, Bodie Homestead. Entering the ring will be our champion lightweight division from class number 1, Levi Peldo. From class 2, Evie Kisling. And from class 3, Win West. Reserves from those classes, please be on standby. From class 1, Rhett Fitzpatrick, class 2, Tenley Russell, and class 3, Tate Homestead. Market class number 4, please make your way to the holding area. Lila Cassidy, Madison Dufus, Finley Koltinska, Ian Marcus, Levi Peldo, Adley Russell, Taylor Schreibice, Beckton Sillers, and Brinley Wohlers. Contestants, when you are done showing and you would like to enter the carcass contest, he is set up and ready for you. He is in the scales. Please go back and utilize that. It's a good education tool. And there is awards for that this year, so please go back and do that. Make sure you are done showing that individual hog though before you go do that.
Very nice. First division, we get these 3 classes out here, and I think they line up very good. And if this is any indicator of how the day's going to go, then I'm really excited. Just to go through them individually, the one that comes out of class 1, like I said, that one's really broad, open up. She's fresh in terms of her shape. You know, maybe out here, is she just perfect right there in terms of her rib cage? I don't know. She wants to wrinkle right there ever so slightly in her ham 1 junction. The one that comes out in the second class, she's really fresh in terms of her shape up high, fresh in terms of her rib cage. She's probably better in her ham 1 junction. Coming right out of the gate, though, I didn't know if she was as broad and as genuine in terms of her chest when you get her back out here with the other 2. The one that comes out of the class 3, problems with him are from the side. I think he's a bit chubby right there in terms of his neck, but I think he still reads plenty proportional. Of this set, you know, he's broad in terms of his chest. I think he reads with genuine shape. That's going to be our lightweight champion.
Your champion, Division I lightweight, goes to Win West. Kate Olmstead, second place from class number 3.
Stay in, you're not done yet. Stay in.
Get the second place bear out here, and I think he runs in the mix real good. I think just in terms of sheer width and power, I like him a lot. You know, like I said in class, I didn't know if he was just as flexible as our class winner, and it stays true out here. He's more lethargic in terms of his rear step. But in terms of the shape, sheer power, look from the side, he's my second favorite in this division.
I'll let you know, okay? You can go ahead on out, honey.
Your reserve champion, Division I lightweight, gate goes to Tate Olmstead. Entering the ring is Market Swine, class number 4. Delilah Cassidy, Madison Dupas, Finley Koltiska, Ian Marcus, Levi Peldo, Adley Russell, Taylor Schreibeis, Beckton Sillers, and Brinley Woolers. Hogs in this class range from 239 to 244 pounds.
All right, let's go. Finley.
Market Swine, class number 5. Please make your way to the holding area. Tinley Barnes, Jasper Edwards, Ella Hiller, Brecken Kisling, Juniper Koltiska, Tate Olmstead with 2, Eli Schreiber, Mila Tipton, and Win West with 2.
Pin the top 5 back, and then we'll release these for the young ladies' white ideal right here. Tall lady, good looking, level hip kind of dog. For me, she just needs to come wider and wider at the base of her chest. She needs to just go with more punching power, going directly away. And I thought just in terms of skeletal build and look from the side, that one's awfully nice. The young lady's hand bearer right here, we next. Broad at the base of his chest, really winding his right up high. For what he's got working in terms of power, he needs to be sounder at the surface, sounder in terms of his skull and jaw. The young man's Berkshire Bearing Barrel will be next. I think this one is broad in terms of his shape. He goes away square. I just thought for me he needs to be cleaner right there at the base of his jowl and read better in terms of the way he looks from the side. The young man's gilt around the side. I think this one is really productive in terms of her rib cage. She's broad at the base of her chest and really broad in terms of her spread. Same thing, needs to be just a touch down at the surface to work up any higher in this one. This next division, I guess, and I think they're on them is pretty similar in terms of their type and kind. I didn't know if this class just took out like the lighter divisions because there wasn't one that just hit me right out of the gate, and I think the young man's guilt over there. In terms of being the most complete, that one fits the bill. She's stout in terms of her skull. She's correct in the lane of her blade, so she's correct in terms of her rib cage. I'd like to lengthen her out of her hip and make her square right there down the way. She wants to push to the edge of her skeletal wall just a touch. And I think a nice skill to start the class off. The one that comes in second, coming out, I thought this was the one because in terms of the height of her blade and her maturity pattern, I thought she read really well. They didn't get her turned to the side, and she's pretty choppy right there at the base of her neck. She's harsher and drier. Her portion of her body. I'd like to make her just fresher right there in terms of her look from the side and in terms of her rib cage. But very nice deal to go second. The one that comes in third, you know, is probably a little different than the top two. This one's probably the best in terms of her skeletal build. She's the best in the lay to her blade and in the angle to her honk and pasture. For me, I just didn't know if she was quite as wide in terms of her chest, or she's not as fresh in terms of her shape and going away. She just needs more punch right there in terms of her lower stifle. The one that comes next, really big in terms of her forearm, really broad at the base of her chest, and sound in terms of her skull. You know, just got to make this one bolder and fresher right there in terms of her rib cage. Going away, I'd like to stouten her rear ankle and just make her more flexible right there. The one that rounds us out, really stout, really bold, really powerful, productive kind of deal. For me, you just got to freshen her up in terms of her look ahead of her blade. Got to make her longer and up around her hip. But very, very nice setup.
Results from Market Hall, class number 4. First, Levi Peldo. Second, Hadley Russell. Third, Taylor Schreibeis. Fourth, Finley Koltiska. And fifth, Delilah Cassidy. Entering the ring will be Market Hall, class number 5. Tinley Barnes, Jasper Edwards, Ella Hiller, Bracken Kisling, Juniper Koltiska, Kate Homestead with 2, Eli Schreiber, Mila Tipton, and Wynn West with 2. Hogs in this class range from 245 to 250 pounds. Market Hall, class 6, please make your way to the holding area. Whitney Bowling, Jasper Edwards, Tilly Gorzoka, Wyatt Gorzoka, Jack Johnson, Bracken Kisling, Bentley Malone, Ian Marcus, and Wynn West.
82. 60.
top distance. I think there's some good pigs leaving the ring. The one that I put seventh, I think, is really stout in terms of her skull. She's broad at the base of her chest. You know, it's when I get in behind her, I question her, or she's big in terms of her hip, but her hind leg doesn't follow it quite as well. She wants to roll and bow her hot just a touch. Got to see her square there to compete in this class. So the one that comes next, you know, in terms of just look and build from the side, I really like that one. She just needs to come with more genuine mass and power to compete in this class. So the one that goes out next, really productive in terms of his body type. He's broad in terms of his front up high. From the side, he's more mature about his head. He's thicker right there at the base of his jaw. He reaches a touch rounder out of his hip. Just got to lengthen him up there. The young man's fair that comes next. Lean, high cut ability type of hog. For what he's got, needs to be stouter and squarer going right away. The one that rounds us out, productive in terms of his rib cage, crash right there in terms of his forehead. Got to make him better just right there in terms of the length of his neck, the length out of his hip. But good set of hogs that we're just missing. And I'll be real honest, this has been my favorite class to sort by far. The top trio of it, actually all 6 of these get me really fired up, but man, the top trio I think is awfully nice. They're not perfect. I think the one that starts us off, is he the best looking? No, not by any means, but from the side, man, that guy's proportional. He's the best right there in terms of his chest floor. He's the best going away. He's the freshest in terms of his rib cage. And he still reads with the most spread pry right there out of the backside of his blade. I think that bear is awfully nice. Coming out of the gate, the bear right here in second, man, I love this one. His skull shape is almost perfect. His chest is really good. From the side for me, he's thicker right there at the base of his neck. I didn't know if he was as fresh right there in terms of his forearm. Going away, he's got to just have more punch and power to rival the one that wins this class. So the gilt that comes in third, from the side, she's by far my favorite, just in terms of height of blade, length of head of it, length of hip. That one is awfully nice with a good set of running gear. For me, it's when you get in front of her, she wants to collapse right there in terms of her chest. You got to broaden her and spread her up in terms of that aspect. A very nice gilt that sits in third. The one that comes next, probably that complements her from that aspect. Really wide, really opened up, broad in terms of the center portion of her body. For me, she's out at the point of her elbow. Same story going away. You gotta put that one back inside the realm of her skeletal wall. You need to square her up in terms of her hot placement. The one that comes out next in fifth, really good looking from the side, tall bladed, good looking type of bear. Is long and level out of his hip, in this class, got to be broader right there in terms of the base of his chest. Got to come with more true power in terms of his hip and stay square to the surface. The Yorkshire Pyramid bear that rounded us out, really fresh in terms of his shape. Going away, got to make that one longer and up around of his hip. He wants to tuck and duck, just a touch there. But very nice set of things.
Results from Market Hall class number 5. First, Wynn West. Second, Tinley Barnes. Third, Ella Hiller. Fourth, Tate Homestead. Fifth, Tate Homestead. Entering the ring will be Market Hall class number 6. Quinley Bowling, Jasper Edwards, Tilden Borzalka, Wyatt Borzalka, Jet Johnson, Brecken Kisling, Bentley Malone, Ian Marcus, and Wynn West. Cost in this class range from 251 to 255 pounds. Following the selection of this class, we will pick our light medium weight division champion. For class number 4, we need Levi Peldo and Adley Russell. For class 5, we need Wynn West and Tinley Barnes.
looking back, the young man's dry gilt will be 6. I think in terms of just build and design from the side, I like that one awfully well. She's good in the weight of her blade. She's good in terms of her knee for that breed. She's long and low out of her hip for me. She just needs to come with more power up high and from behind today. I like to just make her softer right there in terms of a rib cage to make her more proportional. But awfully nice gilt. The one that comes next really opened up, really fresh in terms of her shape. For me, she's just more upright towards the angle to her blade. She's just not as attractive right there ahead of it. Like to lengthen her up out of her hip. The one that goes next, I think she already left the ring really wide, really opened up. Gotta have that one square, coming and going. Once the rolling bow is not just a touch. The one that rounds us out, she's really bold and productive in terms of her rib cage. Offers some spread up high. Just gotta make her fresher right there ahead of her blade, stopping her up at the surface for the amount of power she's got working up high. A very nice set that we're releasing from her. Awfully well. I think just in terms of skull shape and chest width and arm size and just being fresh and presented to a T, that one's awfully nice. He's got big burly legs that work like they should. For me, the discussion becomes between second and third. Hogs that are completely different in terms of their type and kind. I think the young lady's bear right here is just better in the way he's set to his blade. He's better out of the length of his hip and the way he uses his hip and hind leg. For me, I didn't think that one was as broad right there at the base of his chest. He's a little bit drier in terms of the center portion of his body today. He's not as proportional from the side. The one that comes in third is proportional. He's dense in terms of his arm. He's bolder and fresher right there in terms of his rib cage. He's stouter in terms of his hip going away. I thought for me, he's starting to show his maturity just a touch. He's a touch thicker right there at the base of his throat. He reads a bit round around his hip. I thought he was more lethargic right there in terms of his rear step. Got to loosen him up and make him more flexible. The one that comes next, Skin and Hair, presented like it's supposed to be. For me, I just thought this one needed to be reconstructed. He's more upright in terms of the angle to his blade. He wants to get over right there in his knee. And going away from me, got to square him up in terms of the way he plants his hock outside the realm of the skeleton wall. I think that was really fresh in terms of his rib cage and fresh about his shape. Just got to reconstruct him a bit. The one that rounds us out in this class, really productive in terms of his rib cage, really broad and is spread out high. He's thicker at the base of his neck. He wants to show more of his crest. I just like to make him fresher in his look from the side. A very, very nice class.
I can use the exercise. Thank you.
Results for Market Hog class number 6. First, Bentley Malone. Second, Wayne West. Third, Breckin Kissling. Fourth, Wyatt Borzolka. And fifth, Tillman Borzolka. Entering the ring is the selection of our light medium weight Division II champion. From class number 4, we have Levi Pelvo. From class 5, Wayne West. And from class 6, Bentley Malone. Reserves from each class, please be on the standby. From class 4, Adley Russell. Class 5, Timothy Barnes. And class 6, Wayne West.
Bentley up here, guys. Get through.
Market Hog, class number 7, please make your way to the holding area. Chase Edwards, Madden Heafy, Bodie Olmstead, Trey Folsom, Adley Russell, Lucas Schreiber, and TJ Watkins.
Won't take very long in this division. I think these three are awfully nice and represent this weight and their types of kinds very, very well. I'll be real honest, it's no secret. I think there's one out here that is an absolute hammer. I loved him in class. Young man will have her chance.
Your champion, light medium weight, goes to Bentley Malone. We need Wayne West reserved from class number 6.
Good job, Richard.
dropped that second in, and I think he fits right in the mix, you know. From the side, I like that one awfully a lot. I think just in terms of score shape, the way his blade lays right into him, the length of his hip, I think that's where our problem lies probably today in the industry, is just making them boxing around and losing some elevation and length of hip and some build. I think he does that awfully nice. You know, like I said in class, he's not perfect right there in terms of his rib cage. And then from the side, he's just not as proportional. I think there's another one in here in just terms of punch and power and packing the heat. In terms of muscle and shape, he suits me as second best. That lady will be a reserve.
Your reserve champion light medium weight goes to Win West. In ring will be Market Hall, class number 7. Chase Edwards, Adam Efi, Cody Olmstead, Trey Olson, Adley Russell with 2, Lucas Schreiber, and TJ Watkins. Hogs in this class range from 256 to 257 pounds. Announcement. Please make sure again that we are visiting all of the vendors that are spread out around the grounds. Make your way to the exhibit hall and visit those if you have not yet. Exhibitors consignment forms. Please get them done as soon as possible. There in the white sale barn or sale building. The Force for Good. Please help us nominating those humans that are doing good things around the fairgrounds. And the ultrasound is backed by the small animal scale. Please make sure you go do that once you are done showing. There is prizes for that competition this year. Market Hall, class number 8, please make your way to the holding area. Kira Benedict, Natalie Brown, Natalie Hurst, Bracken Kinsley, Lucy Linden, McKinley Olson, Natalie Opitz, Lucas Schreiber, TJ Watkins. We'd also like to thank some more award donors for today's show. Wolf Mountain Coal, Windbank Fireworks, Tracy and Gwen Kepley, John and Judy Root, Big Goose Veterinary Clinic, Prudential, Terry and Mike Bachman, Water Products and Solutions, Eye Care and the Bighorns, Powder River Vet Hospital, John and Bonnie West, X-Bar X Ranch, John Baldwin Bits and Screws, Sandy Coach, Penny Pudge, Bob Miller, Monaghan Farm, Robbins Dermatology, Sheridan Orthopedic Associates, and Dennis and Nancy Nelson.
We got 3 will dismiss here. The young lady with the girls over there, I think height of blade and length of hip, I think is really, really good. For me, you just got to be softer right there in terms of her rib cage. Going away, she needs more right there in terms of her lower side. We'll got her stalling her up at the surface to run in this class. So the next one out, really wide, really up and bold and productive in terms of his rib cage. He gets more mature right there in terms of his head shape. He's a bit rounder out of his hip and still wants to roll his hog, but plenty powerful and productive there. The one that rounds us out, tall-bladed, long spine, productive in terms of his rib cage. Got his snout go up at the surface relative to what he's got working up high, but good set of hogs over release. Swollen right there in terms of his glands, maybe getting a little bit older in terms of his look out of his blade. But I think just in terms of width, mass, and power, that one suits me the best in this class. He's the freshest in terms of his rib cage. He still reads with spread up high. I think relative to the one that comes in second, he wants to reach in further in terms of where he places his hump past his tail root. Very nice, fair start. The one that comes next is better in terms of just full shape and look ahead of her blade. But at the same breath, she wants to get more upright in terms of the angle of her blade. She can touch rounder in terms of her hip. I just like to freshen her up in terms of her rib cage. The one that comes third, really tall blade, really good looking. Long and level out of his hip. For me, you need to broaden him at the base of his chest. You need to make him more genuine and square him up going away. The Durant bear that comes next, I think looking for a red one, this one's really good in terms of his chest floor. He's good in terms of his knee. He's fresh in terms of his rib cage. You know, going away, I'd like to square him up in terms of his honk and make him sounder at the surface. And then the ham to be able to round to sound productive in terms of a rib cage. Really broad and her spread up high. Got to sound her up at the surface and relax her off either end of her skeleton. A very, very nice class.
Results for Market Hog, class number 7. First, Bodie Olmstead. Second, Adley Russell. Third, Adley Russell. Fourth, Trent Olson. And fifth, TJ Watkins. Entering the ring is Market Hog, class number 8. Kara Benedict, Natalie Brown, Natalie Herbst, Brecken Kisling, Lucy Linden, McKinley Olson, Natalie Opitz, Lucas Schreiber, and TJ Watkins. All of this class ranges from 258 to 261 pounds. Market Hog, class number 9, please make your way to the holding area. Alan Bilek, Grayson Bowling, Dylan Gamble, Gavin Borzoka, Cash Hancock, Drew Hiller, Grady Hiller, Bentley Malone, Natalie Opitz, and Mila Tipton.
And then the one that I've got sits really broad chested, really productive in terms of his rib cage, you know, just not the freshest in terms of his look ahead of his blade, a bit round around his hip, and still, I wish that I could see him sounder at the surface relative to the amount of shape he's got up high. The one that comes next, really stout in terms of his skull, stout in terms of his forearm, really broad. In terms of his shape up high, for me, he wants to roll out in terms of his elbow and roll his front feet in just a touch. Gotta have him square going away. The one that comes next, really tall bladed, really good looking type of bear who's long and level out of his hip. And this class needs to come with more punch and power right at me. He needs to be softer and fresher right there in rib cage. The one that rounds us out, really tall in terms of his blade. Again, long and level out of his hip. He's more mature in terms of his look from the side. And he wants to wrinkle right there in his handle junction. I like to see him just a touch fresher. But nice shot of arrows that exited the ring. This class, he just kind of been amongst boys out here in terms of just foot size, feature, dense, and burly. That one is that, you know, I'd like him to go just a little bit faster to catch another deer. But I think that one, in terms of just being stout, early, fresh in terms of his shape, and still good in terms of his angles, he's awfully nice. I think the discussion lies between second and third. Two gilts that are similar in terms of their type and kind. This way, I think the young lady's build just reads a bit fresher ahead of her blade. I think she reaches with more range of motion right there in terms of her hock and sets it down square to the surface. The young man's build is broader at the base of her chest. She's bolder right there in terms of her rib cage and stouter in terms of her hip. But consequently, I think that works to her disadvantage. She wants to roll her front feet ever so slightly. She's starting to roll and bow her hock just a touch. Got to square her up going away. The one that comes next, really dense, really opened up and pried apart at the base of his chest floor. He's got so much shape up high, you know. I just like to crisp him up in terms of that shape and make him fresher right there out on the back side of his blade. The gilt that rounds us out, really tall bladed, good and correct in terms of her angles. You know, in this class, she just doesn't have the same foot size, feature, and punch of power as the rest of them, but very nice class.
Results for Market Hog, class number 8. First, Natalie Herbst. Second, Natalie Opitz. Third, Brendan Kisling. Fourth, Natalie Brown. And fifth, McKinley Olson. Entering the ring is Market Hog, class number 9. Alec Pilek, Grayson Bowling, Dylan Gamble, Gavin Borzolka, Cash Hancock, Drew Hiller, Grady Hiller, Bentley Malone, Natalie Opitz, and Myla Tipton. Dogs in this class range from 262 to 265 pounds. Following this class, we will pick a medium weight division champion. From class 7, we need Bodie Olmstead and Adley Russell. From class 8, we need Natalie Hurst and Natalie Opitz.
Coming at me, this one's really bright, really up in terms of her chest. You know, she's so fresh and it's rather high. Just got to reconstruct her in terms of her building. Her blade, touch round over her head, and still set up pushing plant. It's a kind of flat time out. Swine comes next, so really broad, really bold and productive in terms of his regular class. But that's what keeps him seventh. And good in terms of the look. think the one that wins just kind of combines them all. And I'll be honest, she's not the stoutest in terms of her forearm by any means. If I had to change her, that's where I make it right there in terms of her front ankle and pass her. But in terms of just being stout, fresh, and still going like she should, I think that one's awfully nice. The one that comes in second from the side, I like this one quite a bit. She's tall-bladed, good in terms of her skull shape, good in the length of her hip. For me, it's her hind leg. She just doesn't want to push and plant as flexible. I wish she'd just catch another gear and go just a touch better in terms of that aspect. The one that's intriguing for me is the Berkshire Bear that comes here in third. I like that one in terms of being right at the base of his chest. He is really bold and fresh in terms of his rib cage. You know, for me, he's probably starting to show his age just a little bit. He's playing her right there at the base of his throat. He's playing her in terms of his head shape. You know, relative to the two that we've already talked about, you know, he's not as stout right there in terms of the surface. I think that's consequently due to his breed time. The one that comes next, really broad, really opened up, really sound powerful kind of bear. For me, just playing her in terms of his head, a bit round around of his hip, like to reconstruct him and relax him off either ends of his skeleton. The young man's bear that round this out, tall-bladed, good-looking type of hog. His build is what keeps him in the top 5. For me, you just got to make him more genuine, coming right out and broadening right there in terms of the base of his chest to make him sound or going away. But very, very, very nice set of pigs.
Results for Market Hog, class number 9. First, Benjamin Malone. Second, Mila Tipton. Third, Adam Borzolka. Fourth, Cash Hancock. And fifth, Drew Hiller. Entering the ring will be our medium weight division champion. From class number 7, we have Bodie Olmstead. From class 8, Natalie Hurst. And from class 9, Bentley Malone. Reserves from each class, please be on standby. Class 7, Adley Russell. Class 8, Natalie Opitz. And Class 9, Mila Tipton. Market Hog, Class 10, please make your way to the holding area. Stanley Barnes, Avery Bowling, Tilden Borzolka, Harper Hancock, Grady Hiller, Bentley Malone, Riley Panic, Beckton Sillers, TJ Watkins, and Wynn West.
I really like this set of pigs right here. This kind of resembles what I get up and look after and look for when I judge these shows, man. But I think there's one in here that suits me awfully well. It gets me going. I think this pig is very, very good. I don't know where it came from, what it is, but I'd like to know because this one's awfully nice in terms of just being fresh. And its look and fresh in terms of its rib cage and with so much spread and then having burly hind leg that just works like it should. This one's awfully nice. And if it doesn't get you fired up, then maybe you're in the wrong sport. Young man, you'll have our champion in this.
Your champion medium weight goes to Bentley Malone. Mila Tipton, second place from class number 9.
Let him settle.
dropped that second place field back in, and I think she runs with the rest of them. You know, I'll be real honest. Like I said, she wants to kind of duck her hip just a touch, and I didn't know if she was right stout and just as fresh, you know, as the one that wins. But I think you get her back down here, and she's maxed out and looks really, really good. I think there's another one in here that I like a bit. You know, he's really sound at the surface, but you get him right coming at you. He's not as broad right there in terms of the base of his chest. I wish he'd catch another deer. And so I alluded to it's between that pair, but I think there's one that's just better in terms of their spread and just more maxed out today. Young lady, you'll be reserved.
Your reserve champion medium weight goes to Mila Tipton. Entering the ring is Market Hog, class number 10. Tinley Barnes, Avery Bowling, Tobin Gorzalka, Harper Hancock, Grady Miller, Bentley Malone, Riley Panic, Beckman Sellers, TJ Watkins, and Wayne West. Hogs in this class range from 266 to 271 pounds. Market Hog, class number 11, please make your way to the holding area. Wesley Barnes, Delilah Cassidy, Sarah Ferguson, Gavin Gorzalka, Talis Gorzalka, Natalie Hurst, Evie Kisling, Jennifer Kotiska, and Ty Watkins.
opened up and Vincent bold in terms of his rib cage. You know, for me, Izzy is found at the ground, and that's where I didn't think he fit the top 5 there. Got to make him sounder at the surface relative to what he's got up high. Need to make him cleaner right there at the base of his jawline. They're very nice there. The one that comes next, really bold, really opened up and powerful, but I think it works to his disadvantage. He wants to roll out his elbow just a touch. He's starting to roll his bow high. Got to make him square from his hot to the surface, but nice big. The one that comes, the gilt that comes next, bold, productive in terms of her rib cage. Good in her look at her blade. Again, got to relax her in terms of the angle to her blade. Needs to read with more stat to her rear hock and pass. We got to sound her up at the surface to run in this class. The gilt that comes next, bold, productive in terms of her rib cage. Reads with so much spread up high. Need to relax her off either ends of her skeleton, make her go a touch better. The two that round us out, productive in terms of their rib cage, broad and their spread up high. Need to make them sounder at the surface relative to their mass and power. A nice set of pigs that are really.
Everybody follow. There you go.
Tapestry pigs we've had out all day, and there's pieces of each of them that I think could start the class. I think the combination is the barrel that the young lady's driving across the ring. That was the freshest in terms of his skull shape. He's the best right at the base of his neck. He's the best in the way he ties it down to the top side of his blade and still reads relaxed in that aspect. That's the barrel is the longest sound of his hip and utilizes his hind leg the best. I like that barrel an awful lot. The gilt that comes next, this one come out and she hit me like a ton of bricks because she's the brightest at the base of her chest. She's big in terms of her forearm and really fresh and bold in terms of her rib cage. She's 12 o'clock in terms of her shape up high. For me, from the side, you know, I didn't know if she tied her head just as well out of the top side of her blade. She kind of wants to hunch it back just a touch. She's a bit rounder out of her hip. It just doesn't flex and go as good, and that's what landed her second. For me, the young man's blue bear is awfully intriguing. I like those type of pigs, just real bold, productive in their type and kind of a no-holes type of pig. But when you run into two snout beasts in here, that's where it gets you. You know, for me, he wasn't a snout at the surface. There at the end, he wanted to duck his hip just a touch, like him and lengthen him out there. The one that comes next is the Berkshire pig. Really bold, productive in terms of his rib cage, really broad and fresh in terms of his spread up high. I like the way he utilizes his hip and hind leg. For me, he's just playing her at the base of his throat, gets a bit deeper in terms of his throat line, so got to clean him up there to compete with those three. The one that rounds us out, a broad-chested, bold red, productive type Barra. You know, I didn't read him as fresh in terms of his look up ahead of his blade or as fresh in terms of his shape up high. Still got to lengthen him out of his hip and make him go just a touch better. But I thought an awfully nice class.
Results from Market Hall, class number 10. First, Lynn West. Second, Bentley Malone. Third, Bentley Malone. Fourth, Tinley Barnes. And fifth, Grady Hiller. Entering the ring is Market Hall, class number 11. Wesley Barnes, Delilah Cassidy, Eric Ferguson, Gavin Gorzolka, Tillis Gorzolka, Natalie Herbst, Evie Kitchen, Jennifer Francisca, and Ty Watkins. Hogs in this class range from 272 to 278 pounds. Market Hall, class number 12, the holding area. Kenley Barnes, Kenley Bowling, Reese Fitzpatrick, Sheldon Gorzolka, Lucy Linden, Red Skulls, and Ryder Skulls. Again, contestants, please make sure you are getting your consignment forms turned in. They're in the white sale house, and that's where you turn them in as well. The ultrasound contest is happening back in the small animal scale. Please make sure you're taking advantage of that. And exhibitors, please make sure you are nominating somebody for the Force for Good Craftsmanship Award.
That comes in 6 is broad in terms of her chest, or she's stout in terms of her mug, and reads really broad out the backside of her blade. You know, for me, she just wasn't as fresh right there in terms of her throat latch. She just reads a bit blander in terms of the shape out of the backside of her blade, but awfully productive and awfully broad in terms of her spread. A nice gilt to be in 6. The one that comes next in 7th is tall-bladed, good-looking type of I think that's still really fresh in terms of his spread up height. For me, the shape that he's got needs to be sounder at the surface, but in terms of just being powerful and bold, I like that one quite a bit. The Duroc that comes next, big-footed, bold in terms of her blade, really good looks on the side when she gets her head up. I just like her to punch more power coming right at me. She needs to be broader in terms of her spread up high. I like to see her with more shape in terms of her lower cycle. And then the one that rounds us out, tall-bladed, lean-made type of hog, just needs to be more productive right there in terms of her rib cage. But it's at that will release. shape in the top five. But the one I ultimately landed on is the young man's Blue Bear. In terms of just being the freshness in terms of his look from the side, I think he checks that box. He's really bold in terms of his rib cage. And he's got the most just massive spread out the backside of his blade. You know, is he perfect? No. I like to just make him square right there in terms of his hind leg placement. Relaxing right there at the angle to his blade, but I thought that bear was awfully nice. But if you like the red bear, then to start, then I wouldn't argue with you, because I think that one for a red one has some intriguing pieces. He's dense, he's burly. He does some things that red ones don't do well walking. He's square right there in terms of his knee and front foot placement. It was from the side. I thought he got a bit choppy right there at the base of his jawline. He just didn't hit kidney is fresh from the side today. Very, very nice red one. The one that comes third, dense, bold, opened up. Those all the scrying. He's a bright in terms of his spread. He's really fresh in his shape. I just wish the same was to be said from the side. Here he's more mature in the shape to his head. He's thicker and deeper right there in terms of his jawline. Still wants to get rounder out of his hip and starts to stab his hind leg. The gilt that comes in fourth, another dense, rugged type of hog who's really opened up. For me, she's just got to be more relaxed in the angle to her blade. Got to set her square from her hock to the surface. The Chester bear that rounds us out, bold, opened up, really broad and shapely up high and from behind. For that one, just needs to be stouter at the surface and more relaxed off either ends. But awfully nice set of bears in that class.
Results from Market Hog Class number 11. First, Gavin Gorzolka. Second, Evie Kisling. Third, Wesley Barnes. Fourth, Juniper Koltiska. And fifth, Natalie Herbst. Entering the ring is Market Hog Class number 12. Tinley Barnes, Whitley Bowling, Reese Fitzpatrick, Tilden Gorzolka, Lucy Linden, Ren Stoles, Ryder Stoles. Hogs in this class range from 280 to 285 pounds.
So I don't need a check. No, I just did.
Last complete.
Following this class, we will pick our medium heavyweight division champion. So we need from Class 10, Wynn West and Bentley Malone. From Class 11, Gavin Gorzolka and Evie Kisling.
We'll release two back out of this class, and I'll be real honest, I'll pair them up because I think they're similar in terms of their type and kind. Tall bladed, good looking type of pigs who are long and level out at their hip. You know, for me today, they're just not as stout at the surface as the ones we've got pinned back. Got to make them fresher and bolder right there in the center portion of their body. But good looking, good build type of hogs that we're releasing. start us off. She's not the best in terms of her look from the side. Really starting to show her age just a touch, and she's a bit rounder out of her hip. But I think just in terms of stoutness and power and being bold and opened up, she checks those boxes and still reads to be the freshest in terms of her shape today, and that's why she starts this class. The mare that comes in second, really bold and productive in terms of his rib cage, opened up underneath. For me, relative to the massive power he's got up high, needs to be stouter at the surface, like the stoutness forearm, and still making clean and right there in terms of his jawline. But very nice bear to go second. The one that comes third, maybe getting her a little bit later, but she was fighting a young man. Get her back out here, and she's opened up and bold and productive about her rib cage. Still really fresh in terms of her spread up high. I'd like to just pick her up on her front feet and make her stouter in terms of her forearm and hind leg. But good, nice skill to go third. And then I'll pair these bears up. They round us out because I think they're built very similar. Really tall bladed, good looking type of hogs that are lean and expressive. For me, just got to be bolder and fresher in terms of their rib cage. Got to clean them up in terms of their joint work and just make them more relaxed. But nice set of bears to round us out.
Good job.
Girl was 4.
Results from marking class number 12. First, Timley Barnes. Second, Reese Fitzpatrick. Third, Tilden Gorzolka. Fourth, Quinley Bowling. And fifth, Brandon Stoles. Entering the ring is the selection of our champion medium heavyweight division. From class number 10, we have Wayne West. From class 11, Gavin Gorzolka. And from class 12, Timley Barnes. Seconds from those classes, please be ready. From class 10, Bentley Malone. From class 11, Evie Kisling. And class 12, Reese Fitzpatrick. Class number 13, please make your way to the holding area. Wesley Barnes, Kira Benedict, Rex Fitzpatrick, Dallas Gorzolka, Wyatt Gorzolka, Lucas Schreiber, and Ty Watkins.
A nice division out here. Maybe it doesn't line up quite like the other divisions we've had. In terms of just numbers in that division, but I think the quality was just as good. And I think that I'm going to be pleased with the ones that come out of this division. Man, there's one in here that hit me really, really hard. And I'll be honest, the heavyweights better come on because young lady, your better's really good.
Your champion medium heavyweight goes to Wayne West. We need Bentley Malone's class 10 reserve.
We get the second place guilt on here, and I think I think she fits the mold of the other two that won their classes. Like I said in class, you know, she's just not perfect in the way she throws her head out the top side of her blade. Maybe she's not perfect in the way her hip and hind legs designed. But I thought that pair was awfully good out of that class, and I'm going to keep them together.
Your reserve champion Division 4 goes to Benton Malone. Entering the ring is Market Hog, class number 13. We have Wesley Barnes, Kier Benedict, Rexon Patrick, Talis Gorzolka, Wyatt Gorzolka, Lucas Schreiber, Ty Watkins. Hogs in this class range from 286 to 294 pounds.
One more left.
Market Hog, class 14, please make your way to the holding area. Eli Burek, Dylan Gorzolka, Marlish Johnson, Evie Kisling, and Riley Panic.
Choose from this class. The young man's blue bear over there, tall bladed and has a stomach shape up high. For me, he needs to be square, coming right at me, needs to be better right there in terms of his jawline. Just like to sound him up at the surface. Relative to the mass, he's got the Duroc that rounds this class off. Really stout in terms of his forearm, bold and productive in terms of his rib cage. Maybe just not as expressive in terms of his shape up high from behind. But nice set of bears, they were really. here, and I'll be the first to admit I wish we had these broken out into breeds, because the one I've got second, and for that breed fires me up quite a bit. But the Gilded Star, man, this one gives me the warm and fuzzies. She's fun to look at. It just in terms of her silhouette from the side and the way she's opened up at the base of her chest, and to be this big, she's still so fresh in her shape, and she's not the fastest pace type of pig, but her angles read right and they work like they should. The young man's Duroc there that's in second for Duroc. That one is square in terms of his chest. He's good in terms of his knee. He's good in the angle to his blade, still stout in his mug and burly in his appearance from the side. That one's hip and hind leg for a red one. It gets me fired up. That one's awfully nice. The one that comes third, good type, but no holes type of gilt over there. Tall-bladed, good-looking, bold in terms of her rib cage. For me, she just didn't have the extras that the top two had. She's not a stout in terms of her foot size and feature. Maybe wants to get a little outside herself, going directly away. But nice gilt to be in third. The one that comes in fourth, really wide, really opened up and bold in terms of his rib cage. Yours was spread up high and from behind. I didn't think in this class, he was built quite like the top three. He's more pushed forward in terms of the angle to his blade. He's round around his hip and still wants to stab his hind leg. The Duroc gilt that around the south, she doesn't want to cooperate today, but she's still broad, opened up, and productive in terms of her rib cage. Just a bit fluffier right there at the base of her neck, just a touch round around her hip, and wants to be flying on her front foot and still collapsing her knee. But nice set of pigs.
Results from Market Hog Class 13. First, Wyatt Borzolka. Second, Wesley Barnes. Third, Dallas Borzolka. Fourth, Brett Fitzpatrick. And fifth, Kiera Benedict. Entering the ring will be Market Hog Class number 14. Eli Burig, Tilden Borzolka, Marlis Johnson, Evie Kisling, and Riley Panic. Hogs in this class range from 295 to 300 pounds. Following this class, we will pick a champion heavyweight, and then we will pick a champion overall. So your division champions, please be thinking about it. From our lightweight division, we need our first place win West, second Tate Homestead. From the light medium division, we need Bentley Malone and win West. From our medium division, we need Bentley Malone and Myla Tipton. From our medium heavy division, we need Win West and Bentley Malone.
A good way to round out the heavies. I think this gilt's awfully nice in just terms of being no holes, because she's stout in terms of her skull shape, stout in terms of her forearm, really dry and opened up in terms of her rib cage. She's so fresh in terms of her spread. Is she the freshest in terms of her look? Probably not today, but I'd say she's pushing to be one of the heavier ones here. The one that comes in second, tall-bladed, good-looking type of gilt. She's long and level out of her hip. Just didn't think she was as opened up or stout as a surface as her class winner. But nice gilt to go second. The one that we got in third, bold, productive in terms of her rib cage. stout in terms of her skull shape. I wish her foot size and features matched her stoutness up high in terms of her skull shape. I'd like to stouten her up there. The other man's white one that comes next, lean, like her ability, expressive kind of a hog who's tall, lean, and late maturing. For me, just didn't think she was as dense or stout as the other ones. And then the other man's kid that rounds us out, really broad-chested, opened up, productive in terms of his rib cage, but a heavy pressure in terms of his look ahead of his blade, linked in and out of his hip. A very nice class.
Four was Marlo's, 5 was Eli.
Results from Market Hog, class number 14. First, Evie Kisling. Second, Riley Panic. Third, Tilly Gorzalka. Fourth, Marlish Johnson. And fifth, Eli Bure. Entering the ring will be the selection of our heavyweight division champion. From class 13, we have Wyatt Gorzalka. And from class 14, Evie Kisling. Seconds from those classes will be Wesley Barnes and Riley Panic. Following this class, we will pick a grand overall Market Hog. So each division champion, you need to be in the holding area. From the lightweight division, Wynn West and Tate Olmstead. In the light medium weight division, Bentley Malone and Wynn West. From the medium division, Bentley Malone and Myra Tipton. From the medium heavy division, Wynn West and Bentley Malone.
Very nice last division here. Some guns down south to get into the big ones, and things get a little rocky, but I think these things have stayed fresh and they've held together really, really good. I'm a pair of gilts that I'd be awfully pleased to have at home. I think there's one that just kind of pushes it to the max. She's got the extras and got the extremes and still does it on a functional build and still a fresh look. Young man will have her champion heavy.
Your champion heavyweight goes to Wyatt Gorzalka and Wesley Barnes.
Give it to his grandpa. Give it to his grandpa.
We dropped the second place back in, and like I said, I thought that class was awfully good for a regular, and I think that it is really neat to look at. You know, the one that won the last class, bold, productive, kind of a no-holds type of gilt. Get her out here with the second place. You know, maybe she's a little longer faced and not a stout right there in her lower jaw. She wants to start to search from behind. I'll be real honest. I think for a red one, the young man's got a bear that it should be awfully fun down the road. You'll be a reserve heavy.
Your reserve champion heavyweight goes to Wesley Barnes.
No, Wesley, no.
Entering the ring is the selection of our 2025 Sheridan County Fair Champion Market Hog. From the lightweight division, we have Wynn West. From the light medium weight division, we have Bentley Malone. From the medium division, Bentley Malone. From the medium heavyweight division, Wynn West. And from the heavyweight division, Wyatt Gorzalka. Again, we need to thank a few people around the ring. First, our judge, Kenzie Gardner. Everybody give her a big round of applause. Second, our superintendents, Chris Sorensen and Tony Barnes. And lastly, all of the ring help that we have, both in the ring and out back, making sure that everything's lined up correctly. This show would not go near as smooth as it has without their help, so we'll give those people a big round of applause.
We all set, John? Yeah, I'll be around.
If I didn't have rabbits, this would be my second choice.
Class number 1 of the Sheridan County Born and Raised, please make your way to the holding area or be thinking about it. Adam Levy, Red Fitzpatrick, Andy Kisling, Marlis Johnson, Dylan Gamble, Jet Johnson, Reese Fitzpatrick, and Tenley Russell. This one has a button.
He's going to have a hard time moving without this. Probably that possible.
It's always bulky when one of does the work. Those who walk through and whatever reason. Or handshake. But Durant seems to overwork so often. I want to know how they get it over I've never seen Durant. Was that your kid's pet girl? I didn't have a clue. I was just big.
Alright, Kate, we'll shut them down for just a sec. I'm not going to talk too long, but I do want to you to soak up the moment because you know you never know if you'll make it back to this point. I know it's just a county fair, and sometimes those are the best and the worst times of your lives. The drama or whatever it may be in the back of the barn. You get out here, and most of the time you're all friends, and you go out of here, and it may sting for a little bit if you get beat, but at the end of the day, this is a small industry, and we've got to work together because if not, it's slowly going to dwindle. We were at San Antonio this past year, and I'm a big San Antonio gal. It's always been my favorite show back home, and we had about half the numbers there that we've had in the past, and that's really depressing to me because we sell show pigs at home and not have the next generation wanting to get involved in this industry that teaches you so much more than just the feeling of winning is what's the most important. I want you to, when you get out of here, thank your parents or whoever helps you, because if not, it wouldn't be possible without those guys. Thank the guys that breed these hogs. That's not easy. I've been blessed at home. I have an awfully good boyfriend. We had a sale last night that went really well, and he wanted to come, but he had to stay home, fair the rest of his house, and get the second set ready. And it's hard work at home, and it's, you know, you go in and you sell one really good, and the next day you go in and you can't get one out of a sale. That's the part that hurts, and they do a lot of work before they even get these things to you guys to show them and to exhibit them. So make sure you thank those people. And lastly, and most importantly, I thank the good Lord above, because without Him, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have an industry that's backed by so much support. I mean, guys, you're the next generation. I want you to go out and do something great, but at the end of the day, whether it be with your family or by yourself, make sure you look at Him and look up and thank Him, because without Him, we wouldn't. This all wouldn't be possible. I don't want to get emotional, but this right here is where my heart and soul lies. I'm just a small town Texas girl, didn't show the best pigs, but by golly, I tried to surround myself with people that did, and I think there are 5 out here that are awfully good. Get them fired back up, and I'll go get you a champion.
Your champion 2025 Sheridan County Fair hog goes to Wyatt Gorzolka. We need Wesley Barnes, reserve heavyweight, please.
John's that reserve heavyweight in, and like I said, for a red one, I'd be awfully pumped to have him in the barn. We raise a few red ones, and most of ours front foot, knee, and just chest width don't look like that. And that one fires me up from that standpoint. He fits in the mix really nice. He's running with a bunch of crossbreds, but I think he looks really nice out here. Man, I think there's another one. He came out of the gate and he hit me like a ton of bricks. I think this one, in terms of just being modern, in terms of his look, fresh, in terms of his shape, and still good in his hind leg, it's awfully hard to find one built like this one, young lady over here.
Your reserve champion hog goes to Win West.
Yeah. You almost wish you could come to breeding classes just to see.
Yeah, maybe. Someday soon. The teeth aren't like, I left with these taking out last Friday. And so I'm like, trying to learn what I can. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me some fruit. Fruit and coconut.
It's tough.
they get those double strand rosettes, champion and reserve. So the banners are... Oh, you're right. So those are for each class.
Okay.
So not that. That's for breeding. There's your born and raised.
Okay.
For champion. So there's 2 classes of born and raised, and each class gets those double strand.
Okay. And then everybody else gets no ribbon, or are we doing red or blue?
They've already done their thing, so just do that.
Okay. They said class 1.
Your name's not on my sheet. Is it that one?
Entering the ring is Sheridan County, born and raised Swine, class number 1. We have Madden Heafy, Rhett Fitzpatrick, Evie Kisling, Marlish Johnson, Dylan Campbell, Jeff Johnson, Reese Fitzpatrick, and Tinley Russell. Breeders represented in this class are Tilden and Talis Gorzolka and Kislings.
That wasn't us.
Class 2, Sheridan County, born and raised. Please make your way to the holding area. Ian Marcus, Jasper Edwards, Ian Marcus, Jet Johnson, Jasper Edwards, Tilden Gorzolka, Madden Heafy, TJ Watkins, Trey Olson, and Chase Edwards.
We'll release 2 from this class. A young man right here with the Calico Gilt. Only 6. That one's tall bladed and still good in the way she throws her head out of the top side of it. She's still productive in terms of her rib cage. For what she's got up high, gotta make her stouter in terms of her foot and forearm. And then make her stouter in terms of her rear ankle. I'd like to relax her in the set to it. The young man's half belted bear here that rounds us out. Really lean, expressive type of pig. Just need to relax him off either end of the skeleton. Young ladies, Gilpin starts this class off as awfully intriguing in terms of her pieces. She's stout in terms of her skull, big farm, right at the base of her chest. You know, is she the most perfect right here in terms of her rib cage today? I wouldn't say so, but I think that comes with time. Awfully nice skill to start this class. So the one that comes second, broad, open up, bold in terms of her rib cage, really fresh in terms of her spread up high. I just didn't think she threw her head out of the top side of her blade as seamless there. I didn't think her length of hip was as long and as level as the one that starts. I'd like to give her more set to her rear honking passer, so she just flexed and goes just a touch better. Young ladies, our young man's field that comes in third, big four-armed, dense feature type gilt who's really broad and opened up. I think with that, consequently, she sacrificed just a little bit of her build. She wants to throw her elbow out just a touch and roll her front feet in, and still wants to plant right there on the edge of her skeleton wall. I just like to square her up right there going away. The one that comes forward, the tall-bladed, good-looking type of bear, just got to make him bolder and fresher right there in the center portion of his body. The one that rounds us out, good build, good-looking type of gilt, just got to come with more power to compete with the ones that have.
Results from Sheridan County Born and Raised. Class number 1. First, Amy Kisling. Second, Rhett Fitzpatrick. Third, Reese Fitzpatrick. Fourth, Tinley Russell. And fifth, Matt Heafy. Entering the ring is class number 2 in Sheridan County Born and Raised with Kean Marcus, Jasper Edwards, Kean Marcus, Jeff Johnson, Jasper Edwards, Tilden Gorzolka, Madden Heafy, TJ Watkins, Trig Olson, and Chase Edwards. Breeders represented in this class are Young's Farm and Tilden and Talis Gorzolka. Sheridan County Born and Raised, Class 3, please make your way to the holding area. McKinley Olson, TJ Watkins, Bracken Kisling, Dylan Gamble, TJ Watkins, Tilden Gorzolka, Ty Watkins, Dallas Gorzolka, and Delilah Cassidy.
We've got our top 5 come back in. The one that comes in 6th, lean, high ability type of gill who's tall bladed and still looks good ahead of it. I just like to relax her right there in terms of her knee and the set to her blades. I like to give her more set in terms of her rear hock, so she'll utilize it just a touch better. But nice still to be in 6th. The Atlanta pair that's in 7th, lean, high ability type of pig who's still broad in terms of his shape up high and square out of his hip. For what he's got up high, he was shouting him in terms of his foot size and feature. On the 2 gilts around the saddle, I'll pair them up because they're similar in terms of their type and kind, bold, productive in terms of their rib cage, broad and they're spread up high. Just may be stout at the surface and pressure in terms of their look ahead of their blade, but nice set of things.
Still got some time for ultrasound too. But he's got some space for ultrasound.
The ultrasound is still up and running. If you have not done that, please go back and do that. The ultrasound has space and he's waiting on you. We get into this class and then probably shuffles down just a touch different, mixing breeds and weights in here. I think the young man's Durant Bear over there, though, just in terms of being genuine and still fresh in terms of his look and shape for Redmond, I think that one reads awfully good in terms of that aspect. You know, is he the stoutest? No, not by any means. He's not the most expressive, but he still reads with plenty of shape up high and from behind.
You know, he's probably got the most spread up high, just from the side. I thought he had more mature in terms of his head shape. He's thicker right there at the base of his jaw and still reads rounder out his hip. He wants to start outside the skeleton as it goes on. The young man's Hemp Guilt in third, really powerful and expressive in terms of her shape. Got to set her back in terms of the angle to her blade. Give her more flex in her hocks so she'll go more comfortable across the ring. Young man's Guilt. Really good in terms of her skull shape, stout in terms of her forearm, needs to be fresher in terms of the center portion of her body. And the young lady still get round this out. Lean, high cut ability, expressive type of pig. Just got to make her fresher and bolder right there in terms of her forearm. The big class.
Results from Sheridan County born and raised. Class number 2. First, Trey Olson. Second, Tilden Gorzolka. Third, TJ Watkins. Fourth, Jasper Edwards. And fifth, Madden Heafy. Entering the ring will be Sheridan County born and raised. Class number 3, McKinley Olson. TJ Watkins. Brecken Kisling. TJ Watkins. Tilden Gorzolka. Ty Watkins, Talis Gorzolka, and Delilah Cassidy. Class number 4, Sheridan County born and raised. Please make your way to holding area. Tilden Gorzolka, Ty Watkins, Talis Gorzolka, Tilden Gorzolka, and Marlis Johnson.
We'll release to the young ladies barrel B6 over there to Calico. Big stout in terms of his skull, brown in terms of his chest, and so productive about his rib cage. You know, he's just not the stoutest in terms of his foot size and feature relative to the mass and power he's got working up high. I'd like to change him in terms of that aspect. The young man's calico gills right here. They round us off. A tall bladed, good looking, long spine type of pig who's still lean and high cut ability. We just got to make her bolder and fresher right there in the center portion of her body. But good set of pigs.
Breeders represented in this class are Tilden and Talis Gorzolka and the Kislings.
there. I like the young man's belted gilt over there to start, just in terms of being burly and massive, and opened up, coming right at me, and still bold right there in the center portion of her body. She's not the longest in terms of her hip, and her hind leg doesn't work perfect, but I think in this class it's good enough. The one that comes second, this Yorkshire pairing gilt, tall lady, good looking type of gilt. She's long and level out of her hip, just got to have her sound at the surface relative to the kind of massive power she's got up high and working out the backside of her blade. The young man's gilt, that comes third, really broad, opened up, productive in terms of her rib cage. She reads massive in terms of her spread, just not as fresh and crisp down the backside of her blade as the other two. Got to squirt her hot from all the way to the surface. The young man's bear that comes forth, really wide, bold, open, that type of bear. Got to make him cleaner in terms of his joint work. Got to make him cleaner right there ahead of his blade. Young lady's gilt that rounds us out. Good build, tall, elevated type of pig. Just got to come with more power up high and from behind of a good set of pigs.
Results from Sheridan County born and raised. Class number 3, first, Bracken Kisling. Second, TJ Watkins. Third, Talis Korsolka. Fourth, TJ Watkins. And fifth, McKinley Olson. Entering the ring is our final class of Sheridan County born and raised. We have Tilden Korsolka, Ty Watkins, Talis Korsolka, Tilden Korsolka, and Marlis Johnson. Breeders represented in this class are Tilden and Talis Korsolka.
Finley's got 707.
Alright, we need all of our first and seconds from the Sheridan County Born and Raised show back to the show ring. From Class 1, Evie Kisling and Rhett Fitzpatrick. From Class 2, Drake Olson and Tilden Korsolka. From Class 3, Bracken Kisling and TJ Watkins. Please be in the holding area.
A nice set of gilts. I'll pair them up because I think they're similar in terms of the way they're built. One's just a little bit smaller in terms of her foot size and feature than the other one. I think they're really good in terms of their look from the side, their length of hip, and the way they flex and go out here. Like I said, the young man that I put first, the one that's just got a mask, is bigger in terms of her foot size and features, bigger in terms of her forearm, and still plants and goes pretty good. The young man that's second, that one's really bold, productive, right there in terms of his rib cage. Just didn't think she was as stout in terms of her foot size and feature. The one that comes in third, broad, opened up, type of pig who reads with so much spread and shape up high. Just need to freshen her up just a touch. The Duroc Bear, that's fourth. Big forearm, big footed, really massive out the backside of his blade. You clean him up right there in terms of his jawline. I'd like to see him square right there in the way he sets his hump down to the surface. Young man's gilt, they round this out. Tall-bladed, good-looking type of gilt, who's long out of her hip. Just got to relax her in the lady or blade. Got to make her fresher and bolder right there in the center portion of her body. But good class.
Results from Sheridan County born and raised, class number 4. First, Dallas Borzolka. Second, Tilden Borzolka. Third, Tilden Borzolka. Fourth, Ty Watkins. And fifth, Marlis Johnson. Entering the ring will be the selection of our champion, Sheridan County born and raised. From class number 1, we have Evie Kissling. Class 2, Triv Olson. Class 3, Brecken Kissling, and Class 4, Talis Borzolka. Breeders represented in the champion drive are the Kissling family and Tilden and Talis Borzolka. The champion, Sheridan County born and raised, will receive money, a buckle, and a banner donated by Sheridan County CDC.
These 4 back out here, and I think they're a good representation of what you've done right here in your county. The pigs have been good, but I'll be real honest, the kids have been even better to work with. I think it's a 2-horse race, and I'll be honest, I think one's just a touch better looking. This one's Skyler in terms of her forearm and feature, and her hind leg works good. She's probably a little bit longer and level around her hip. Young lady, you'll be okay.
Your champion, Sheridan County born and raised, goes to Evie Kissling. We need Rhett Fitzpatrick, 2nd place pig. The breeder for the champion is the Kissling family.
They dropped the second back out. I think she fits the mold in terms of just being danced out, opened up. What I'm after, I think but the young man's guilt is second.
Your reserve champion, born and raised, goes to Brendan Kisling. Alright, breeding hogs. Please make your way to the holding area. Bodie Olmsted, Timmy Russell, and Talis Borzolka. Breeding gilts. They were senior gilts, born January 1st to February 28th. Bodie Olmsted, Timmy Russell, and Talis Borzolka. Again, thank you to everybody who's helped out with the Swine Show, and give them a big round of applause. This might be the fastest we've ever been through one of those. Thank our judge again for making our trip all the way from Texas to sort all of our livestock this week. And a few announcements for exhibitors still left in the barn. Consignment forms. Please get them done. It makes our lives a lot easier. Please nominate somebody for the Force for Good Award, and the ultrasound is still going. All of the market hogs are done showing. You can go do that now. Please go take advantage of that. It's a good education tool. Talis Borzolka, we need your breeding gilt to the show ring, please. Talis Borzolka, breeding gilt to the show ring.
A good pair of gilts out here, and they're completely different from each other. One's probably better looking and better in the way she lays her blade and the way she's built in terms of her hip and hind leg. The other one is an absolute truck coming at you. She's drawing at the base of her chest and so bold in terms of her rib cage and still so stout from behind. I guess it's kind of a pick your poison out here, but to be real honest, and the gilt eye like mine, probably just a little bit better built and better looking. And Lady will be our grand gilt.
Your champion, Sheridan County breeding gilt, goes to Timothy Russell, reserved to Bodie Olmsted. That concludes the Sheridan County Fair Hog Show.